Good afternoon, fellow Kmart shoppers. So, what you see in front of you is definitely not a PS3, but I figured that I would finish cleaning up this GameCube while I'm here, since it is good to go, minus a little bit of cleaning. Like this needs to be handed off to my patron today, and I want this to be as clean as possible. As you can see, it is full of dirty gunk. Mr. Minnow is visiting, as he always does once I start talking. Let's step again in front of the bench. This was a dirty GameCube that I cleaned up, but it is going to be as clean as I possibly can get it before I give it up. Because, yeah, who wants to receive a dirty console in the mail? Certainly not I. Oh, he's coming up to visit, so you might get a catch cam in a moment. I want to take this off. I'm not going to bother with these two buttons since they scream fine. Power button that was really grody. Yep, Mr. Minu is coming to visit, so everyone say hi to Mr. Minu. Minu. Doing? Yes. Company. Walking. Way out of So I did mean to go live yesterday, but I kind of hyper-focused on something on Wednesday, and stayed up until 2 in the afternoon the next day. So, my bad on that. He's not lying down, so we might not stay there very long. Looking a lot cleaner, but still needs a little bit. Like, this is the last of the cleaning, is just the outer shell. I had to tear this thing down to bare plates to get as much of the growiness out of this as possible. I'm not going to tell you how grody it was, but it was dirty. Let the isopropyl alcohol dry off on this, and then give it a quick spritz with some general purpose cleaner. Get rid of the drying marks. I think that should last cleaning. I just have to put this back together. Don't be mean. Don't be dumb. You want attention only when I'm talking. You don't want attention when I'm not around. I mean, you don't want attention when I'm around and not talking. You're just being difficult. You're just being difficult. Lie down. All right. All right. Minu, minu, minu. Move the starting swim screen. Fucking A. I always drop stuff. ABCs always be continuing to drop stuff. But this is relatively clean. Otherwise, mostly just do I see when I look into the console. I want to get this off as well. Want to make sure that the plastic is nice and squeaky clean as well. Translucent plastic. Usually the dirtiest button on this is going to be the power button, so for all the GameCubes I work on, I'm going to name the power button at least. If the console is filthy, then I'll remove the other two buttons. Why do you only want attention when I'm around? Talking. Why can't you just be... I guess you are a cat. Now you don't want to lie down, do you? You just want to be a goober. We'll fix this. Are you going to jump down or are you going to stay there? You know. Go out over there. All right. Always whenever I'm on my workbench that he wants to get attention. So I made a fun discovery on the PS3 that we were working on Tuesday, and I'll get to that in a moment. And I'm thinking that what I discovered is what's causing it to fail, because it has something to do with the power rail. But I found that interesting because, well, we'll get to it. So this is the... How did this go together? Plugs into... No. This... Putting things apart is the easy part. Putting it back together isn't. Yeah, so that is going to be part of hinge mechanism here, which I think I guess gets slid into there. Oh, he's disappeared. He's not happy that I'm not giving him the attention he deserves. And this I saw fits into there. So that goes in here. So yes, I think I see. Nice. Goes in here. Go down like that. That just stick to the back of the console then. Ugh. Yes. Why does everything keep falling? Dirty knife that I can't explain. It is very, very dirty. Oh my. How did that gigantic thing get in there? So might have to do something about the cat. It holds onto the lid. The only way I can hold onto the lid is by being down this way, right? Means that I guess that just holds to the back, and this gets hooked to the front. No, I might need to look up how to actually put this back together. So, yeah, butter. I think that's just a stopper, stopping it from going too far. And what are you doing? I have to pay attention to the cat because he's throwing on boxes. guess that's just to stop it because this wheel rolls freely. Just put that in there. Just be able to put this on top and it'll be fine. Is that how that goes? Not really. Kind of. Let's put this one back in first. This one's the easy one to put back in. Keep the lid in. Then if I... Maybe that's supposed to go over here. Yeah, I think that's it. That's supposed to go over there. No. Okay, so maybe not. The thing that confuses me is that this has got a hole in it. Goes straight down like that. Yeah, okay. I think that did it. But I fucked it up with the screws. I feel it now, yeah. So that's supposed to slide in there and then supposed to put a screw in there. Where the fuck did I put it though? Flew away, didn't it? Like everything in my life. Oh my god, no. Oh, here it is. So yeah, there's that little tab on that pulley, the little crevice that you can slide that into. So now this can just pop open. Yep. And perhaps I have this on backward. I have it on backwards. I have to bring on backwards. Move. Using my tweezers. Do I need to open this first? Yeah. Okay. I figured that wasn't going to be as easy as I thought it was. So this spring has to go in like... Right. Okay, I'm an idiot. Spring slide into the crevice at the back here. Right. Okay, so there's a bunch of crevices. Let's just use the goddamn tweezers. This one needs to spring over there. Crevice that other side's gone to. And then this pulley that tab goes into this here. Then press my and this gets fed in like this. Oh, I might have to open it again. That might be incorrect as well, I don't know. He gets up on his string and then he jumps back down. He doesn't know what he wants. Does he want attention? Does he not want attention? Does he want me to give him exclusive attention? So maybe that has to push on that. So spring mechanism. No, it's not right. That sticks out now. You had plenty of time for me to give you attention lots of times, and now you want my attention. This is going to be me complaining about my fucking cat all day, isn't it? I can't go there because it doesn't do anything. So do this opposite, right? Or maybe I've got it wrong. No, that's where the spring needs to go. Just needs to... There, okay. My finger's stuck. Okay, so maybe... So... Oh, I think it's supposed to wrap around here. Okay. Because when this comes back up, yeah. Okay, so there's a spring-loaded mechanism that needs to be taken care of. So we lift that up. Yeah, I see now. Then this needs to go, I guess, in there. Yeah. Yeah, there's actually a slot there, I just noticed. Then that goes down. And now... Okay, well, we worked it out together. And now when I hit the button, it should spring open. There we go. Perfect. I do want to clean up this the button logos here. And I'll do that with my brush. Look how easy today. No idea how much of that you saw, but never claimed that I was very good at this. Okay, nice and clean. I've got my test. I've got a new memory cards and PC2 SD for the GameCube. I've cleaned everything up. It's now time to put this all back together. I swapped the battery thing out for a replaceable battery. Makes me wonder if I can clean this up a little bit, but I might not be able to. I'm going to give this another cleaning once it's all put back together. Remove the adhesive tape from the back of the USB for the EcoBoot to just sit right here where it will live. Perfect. Did I put all of the screws in on here? Yes, I did. The only screws that should be left over for this is the 4 bottom screws. Oh, there is also a fan grating that I had for the... Oh, and the back plate. So I need to clean the back plate as well. This is fine. I just need to clean out the back. Oh no, wait, I cleaned all this already. So that just on. And the fan grating. This still needs a lot of work. Probably just see some of the scum that's on there still. So I'll give that a quick IPAing. Go. Pat that down. Let's get rid of the rest of the scum. And it looks like it got rid of most of it. Still some left over, but I don't think anyone's going to notice unless they really look at it. Yeah, you can't see it from the front. Oh, well, that's the front. Yeah, I think that... No, that's the back side. The front side, so I do need to try to get rid of some of the... more of the scum that's on there. Much better. Okay, that's got rid of it all. Ah, no, there's still some there, but whatever. Probably just a little bit of surface rust. But now, Yes, GameCube mod is done. We're all back together. We have 4 long screws that I kept aside. And we just buttoned this one up. Maybe I should have just dropped them all in there. Nope, dropping in there was fine. Okay. Then we get our covers, which I put over here. Mark. One of them. Just the other one. We get our covers. Clean these? Yeah, I cleaned these. One. Here port 2, which is missing. And I just need to clean the front up a little bit. Oh, I have to also reattach the, I forgot to do that, the handle. Oh. I'm gonna have to take it apart anyway. Whatever. Not the console. Yeah, I need to actually reopen it because I forgot to put the handle back in. Where's my handle? I have cans with a handle. If I'm looking for handle, maybe Hopton Grey black handle. I don't know how I'm going to mitigate this problem for the future. I know exactly what I'm going to do to prevent myself from doing this again. I think I put it over here. Shit. Did I put it in my... if I can't find it, I'll just still have the other console that I have. But what I can do is I can at least show you the results of my work once I get everything plugged back in again. So that's the HDMI cable for the Elgato, and the one that goes into the back of my monitor is over here. You didn't hear that? Yeah. And then I got my power supply right over. I just had it. It was just in my hand. Right here. Nope. Open power cable. Literally just had it in my hand. Puts it back. Yes. USB C cable. Okay. How did that go there? Yeah, hi, I'm confident. Here it is. So I'm gonna have to move this over a little bit. Move the console over. It is powered on right now. And if I go to my Elgato game capture, no signal. It's not even detecting that it's trying to pick up a signal. So the Elgato might be really sharp on the screen. Oh, it's not even. Oh yeah, no. It's showing up on screen. I forgot to put in the GC2SP though. So now grab GameCube controller, plug it in, green light, no signal to the Elgato. The Elgato might need to be restarted. Let me try that. Because it is passing through, but it's just not picking up on screen. It's been uncooperative. So you get to see that. There we go. It is on screen. You can see it. SD card slot B. Save and exit. Come on. How do I navigate this shit again? Save and exit. Oh, this is the Game Boy player. Okay. God damn it. All right. Well, I have to power it off. Power it back on. Because I meant to go to the games, and here are some test games I put on here. These will not be included with the console. They can pirate their own games. Continue without saving. Yeah, whatever. And F-Zero GX loads up. Perfect. So this is working. What if I disable the Elgato and then turn it back on? No? Okay. Well, whatever. Power off. And it does read CDs as well. I tested it earlier. So this one is good to go as soon as I delete the games from here and put the handle back on once I find it. And we also have a box for it. Shiny. So, back to this. Now, I was just taking a look at it a little bit earlier. I was like, what else have I not tried? What else have I not done? And what else could be causing problems? And I posted this in Slack, a Slack group earlier, because there was a couple of people from my Slack group watching. I was like, wait a minute. Something's not right here. Lo and behold, I can zoom in on it. I'll move everything around so you can. Right here. Right. Come on, focus for me, baby. Focus. That'll do. Right here. There are 1, 2, 3 capacitors. Well, where's this one? And while you can't see it, it does look like it was flicked off. And it has been tinged, so something did exist here. So my initial thought was, oh dear, I fucked up and removed the capacitor somehow. That's probably why it's not working. But then I went back into the VODs. No. When I took the shield off for the first time, this capacitor was not here. This capacitor has been flicked off by accident. Like either the console dropped a little bit and it somehow came off, or I don't know, but somehow this capacitor was removed. And it definitely wasn't me, because I can check in the VODs and there was nothing, like this was not there. So I'm starting to think that the lack of this capacitor, because this is where the power management is, right? If it's missing a capacitor here, maybe that's causing problems. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to work on the other PS3s, and temporarily while I'm working on one of those PS3s, I'm going to borrow a capacitor and see if that changes things. If it doesn't change things and it still crashes, we're just going to put this back together and we've got to sell it as spares. And I'll let everyone, we'll let everyone know exactly what was done to it. I do want to syscon it again, but this didn't stick. This is still loose. So what I might do is I'll solder a point here, and I'll just hold this one down while we do the syscon, because I don't trust it. Let's do that right now, actually, because I am curious to know what is causing, what error message we are getting. See if it comes up on something along the one of the power rails. So one of the suggestions was to solder them directly instead of using pins, which I agree with. So what I'm going to do is just, I'm going to keep these pins around for use on something else, but I'm going to just snip them. Oh, let's peel these back a little bit. I'm going to keep the ground one, because the ground one I'm just going to attach to the, like, right underneath there. I don't want to have to putz around with. Actually, no. No, I think I'll take it off and then I'll just wrap it around the ground plane. So get some spare. 1, 2, and 3. I'm going to keep these for use on a project later down the line. Then we get our wire strippers. Those are not the ones that work. It is these ones here. This one's got a spring. And tip. I'm going to strip a little bit more off of this one because I want to be able to make sure it's got a proper connection. And this is fine. This is fine string. I'm going to twist the fibers. Oh, you can't see a fucking thing. Twist the fibers around. That. I'm gonna get my. I'm gonna put a little bit of, like a tiny little bit of flux on there. I'm just gonna shove it in the hole to get some flux. We want to put a proper some solder on this. My solder here. I don't want a lot of solder, just enough to encapsulate the connection. So, and then we're just going to solder one point down, which is this one here, one that still is good. And then I'm going to touch this one down on the point, and I'm going to shove that one underneath the ground plane. Just like so. So now that's wedged underneath. Well, come on. Come on. I don't want to lift the entire thing off. I just want to lift the fucking ground plane a little bit. Might actually be impossible while it's in the case. That's grounded. So we're going to open up our syscon again. Let me open up. Where is it? Syscon PowerShell. And we're going to need to start this entire process again for authenticating and all that because the power's been off. We're going to get a piece of cardboard and shove it underneath the thing. Now we know it does power up without that cap there. But you know what? I'm just going to remove this tape. Because having to drag the antenna around all the time is rather annoying. I can always put a piece of Kapton in there afterwards. Okay. And I'm going to leave this PS3 undone because I need to borrow this power supply for one of the other PS3. Hey Nova. Yeah, I'm just doing some video game console repairs. I'm trying to well, we're learning along the way. Don't worry. You're not the only one who doesn't know what's going on. Because sometimes I don't know either. So I'm going to plug power in and okay. Wait, I do need to put this board back on. The on-off board. Just so I can see the lights. So we've got this connected to ground, we've got this connected to transmit or receive, one of those two. Then I'm going to hold this one down, which I can do because it's not going to run a lot of voltage. And then with my keyboard, Alt Tab, we need to connect. COM3 does not exist. Are you fucking kidding me? COM3, why doesn't it exist? Let me try unplugging the router. Oh, it was unplugged. Okay. And I think I know why. So I'm going to have to move this entire thing across. Keep trying to do this. So I want to keep the syscon is here for you. Funny enough, this is the cable does have power coming from plug that back in. And this is the point here that I'm going to have to touch down on. You can barely see it, but I can't really get the camera closer to it because this thing is not great. Actually, maybe I can wrap it around here. Let it focus. There we go. Is that where I needs to be? No, it needs to be 1, 2. How far up am I? Needs to be further back. Yeah, I can't get this any better, I don't think. Maybe I can. Maybe. Okay. Yes. There we go. So basically, what we're doing is we're tapping into the power system to find out faults. I've got this connected to one of the lines, ground, and then that big green blob there is another line, which the pad came off for it. And I did put it back down, but it didn't stay properly stuck. So I'm going to hold it down with my finger so we can get a connection to it. Like that. Then hopefully this will now try to connect and connect successfully. Nope. Okay. Maybe I didn't connect it properly. No. Let me try putting this off and this back on, because maybe it doesn't like it when it doesn't have the proper connections on boot. God damn it. No. Okay, so maybe it's not got a good connection to the I have a feeling that that's come undone and I have to fix it. Nope, there we go. Communication okay. Auth 1, auth 2. And then we want to get error log. Actually, we want to get everything while we're here. So I'm going to grab my copy paste. And then let it go through its thing. It's probably disconnected. Yep. That's fine. We got exactly what we wanted. So these are the most recent bits of information from the log. Oh, that's not it. Enter 1004. Okay, so I'm going to bring up the PS3 error codes list. Let me bring that up. A capture. So capture, window capture, browse. And yeah, I'm going to make that a little bit smaller. I want to be able to let you see the error code that I'm looking at as well. Roll back up. We're looking at 801 A0801004. 1004 is a power AC/DC power supply. Now that may not necessarily be it, because I did have some problems connected to Syscon, so maybe it didn't properly read it. So we'll go to the next one, which is 1103. 1103 thermal alert system. Cell temperature monitor. So it's not being cooled enough. 81103. 1103. This is where we fixed everything. 403034. That's the GPU. And 1103 is thermal runaway. So it is reading the temperature monitor is reading that we went over temperature, which is what I was suspecting. It's because several components can. Okay, Syscons have a pad pin specifically for the signal. Even though because several components can send it. In the first PS3 models, the signal can be set by cell or the cell temperature monitor using the official function sys or alert or thermal overload. Now, this electrical design is not specific. These three consoles have had the CPU trace damage result from IHS attempts. So we have not done that. Let's have a look at the cell temperature monitor. It's not something I need to worry about, I don't think so. So this again makes me wonder if the missing capacitor near the Syscon is causing problems. Now I know which component it is. Let's take another look through. Because what could be happening is that the Syscon, which is the power monitor for the PS3. Yep, Lady Nova. The Syscon is probably not, might not be sending a signal to properly regulate the temperatures. It could also be something else. ICC 1001 temperature monitor. I mean, do we have a faulty temperature monitor? Maybe. But I do know that when we were um, in the menu, it was getting warm. The fan was blowing really, really hard. All right, so let's have a look at something here. Know what the error message is. 801004. So if we Google V80 PS3, let's see if there's any common failure. $801001 and 801004. Uh, 801004 was it 004 or was it 0? No, 004 was to turn off a bit. I'm an idiot. 003. 1103. 1004 is that it is shutting down. Yeah, there's not a lot of 1103 errors. One at 3 here. Some are saying that it could be the tantalum, the token capacitors, which have been known to be quite shit. But I wouldn't expect them to do thermal runaway. Same as what I'm looking at before, isn't it? You know. This is one I was looking at before, but someone did say 1103 here. I did a little bit of research on what's supposed to particularly happen. No one on Reddit has come up with that. Let's look at PSX place. This page. I think that page will show anything, so we'll go to this one. Maybe this one might. 3. See nothing there. I just searched for 1103 because some people may just shortcode it. So the only way to get temperatures on this is to put a custom firmware on, which I'm not willing to do. There was a system particularly I mentioned doubt about its condition, particularly the one not highly is following image. When I measured it yesterday, it gave me 0 ohms. That's when I started suspecting. Today, measure it once again. It got home, gave me around 4 ohms. So maybe checking resistance around the CPU, GPU might be a thing to check. No, that's not it. That's power. That's a power regulator here. So it could literally be anything, right? Power control topology. So let's see. One system brings up on house one. Someone of 4 unstable power. Zero 80014 unstable power, but that's not what we're looking at. We're looking for a 03. It's 1103. 1128010. Let's have a look at our errors again. So the way that this works is if we go back to code format, error is the last 3 digits. The category is the 4th digit, so category 1, 001. Step number, so step 8. A is basically the same, and 0 is reserved, I think. So what we're looking at here is step 8 or step 80. Step 80, 1103. What could cause the thermal alert system to go off? Well, the thermal components are being heated, like it's getting overheating, which I agree, but I don't think we're going to be able to get much more from this without doing an internal step 8. And of course, with step 8, 1103. Internally, because the body to fall out of regulation, such as excessive ripple noise can trigger a yellow light of death. Any unresolved CPU errors cause BE attention signal to go high. This is going to be shuts down because of the reset SPI status. Register to determine the cause. Then it records an error 801 whatever. PPL unlocked condition 1301. That's not it. So not this one. Step 0. So it's definitely step 80, and it's like this is exactly what we're seeing. XMV loads the game console, it's ready to use, and then there's a power issue that's causing it to shut down. So my thoughts on the capacitor that's missing could be correct. That being said, I'm going to put this one aside so we can borrow a capacitor later on. And yeah, we've got to borrow a capacitor later on. Oh, this is turned around now. Yeah, and now everything is all out of place. So when we get a chance to borrow a capacitor for that, we will come back to it. And this came back to 350, even though I told it not to. And now we're gonna actually turn off the thing for now. I'm going to set this one aside, which is going to suck because I've got all the screws here for it. This is what I would do, because I know we have to come back to it. I'm going to get its fields. Yes. The heat field. And then I'll just put some screws in place to lighten the load a little bit, or I won't, and I'm just going to be like, fuck it, I'll put it in a plastic bag and worry about it later. I think is the smarter thing to do. I'll just put those. Okay, so second PS3. Actually, no, I want to get to this one last, because if it's going to be the same thing, then I'm just going to have to bring up the blower. I'm more curious about this one. This is the PlayStation 3 from Japan that has no power. So I'm suspecting that the power supply is faulty. And if that is the case, then I'm going to borrow the capacitor from this one. And then we'll go from there. I have to verify a few things on the power rails. This is not a hardware backwards compatible. This was a software, CECHE. So it might be missing a few things, or things might be a little different. But also the this came off, so I'm going to have to glue that back on, or like tape it back on. I've got it right. Where did I put it? Here. Now, I don't know if there were any CECHs made that were white. Someone might want to look that up. I don't know. This kind of looks like it's been powder dusted. This has got a black cover on it for some reason. Is the screw still in there? Yes, it is. Good. So, I don't know. This one seems a bit weird to me. Where did I put my... Oh, no. Okay, so most of the screws are in the tray over there. So I'm going to probably just put all these screws in a place. Like maybe in here. I don't know if this was factory powder dusted or powder dusted afterwards. Or powder coated. Looks rather grody. But I'll take it. This might have been factory. I don't know. I honestly do not know. No, the short one is over here. No, that's the short one. I'm going to move that while we're here as well. This screw is missing. I did not take that out. Oh, there is. Lifting. I think I just have to. There we go. So this has been opened before, obviously. So I want to be very careful in documenting down every. Fucking hell. If you can't see the problem, just in case you can't see the problem, where's the DVD drive? You know, I thought that this weighed slightly differently than. My God, this. I'm gonna. verify that this is the faulty power rail. Oh my god, how strong did you put this fucking screw back in? Oh, really wanted to make sure that no one ever took the power supply out on this thing, did you? Oh. Alright, well, at least I know I can borrow a power supply from this. Like I can borrow a capacitor from this without destroying anything. Because it feels like someone's already used this console for parts. No, 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 no. Go away. Go away. Spider. Sorry, I'm arachnophobic, so I kill all spiders. It's also missing a... Oh my god, someone has fucking done a number on this. I don't think we're going to be able to save this. So I'm going to borrow the capacitor from this one, see if that fixes the issue. And if it does, fantastic. If not, then there's two broken consoles. Now, how am I supposed to wait to remove the backplate without... Do I just lift? No. I think I have to take the entire thing out. Yeah. Okay, well, let's do that. Let's just take the entire thing out of the case. There's no hard drive caddy in here. Oh, this is a spares console. This is someone's spares console. If you were going to use a spares console, why would you use a backwards compatible console as a spares console? Can I take this off now? There's another tab. Yeah. The tab's here. And there's a tab up here. That can just peel off now. Oh, come on. Oh, what are you stuck on? This? Oh, there's something else it's stuck on. Oh, there's another tab. I don't smell any magic smoke on here, but it's been fucking 15 years, so I'm not expecting there to be any. Now let's have a look at the front. There's no screws here. If any of this shit works. Literally a spares console. Cool. Now that is something I wasn't expecting. For one thing, ew. That's a 65 nanometer chip. No, that's been delidded. Oh my lord. This will keep getting better and better. Oh, wow. So chances of me fixing this? No. Let's see if anything else has been harvested from here. See, there's 4 caps here. I mean, I could try to syscon it, but it's not going to do me any good. I'm not even going to bother trying to fix this one. We're just going to grab this capacitor and see if that fixes our power issues. This is so fucked. Careful. Careful. It's stuck down so well. I don't know what's keeping that stuck down. No screws. Not that, it's not the shield, although that peeled back rather easily. There's something on this side that's holding it down. Oh, Lord have mercy. Not the battery. There we go. Oh. Oh, what have they done to my baby? Look at how they massacred my boy. Alright, well there's heat pads missing, heat sinks missing from here and here. It's probably what that pad was. This is massively displaced. Lift that off gently. That is the EX. I don't know what that chip that is. That might be the PS1 chip. And over here is also missing some pad. This is the immersion engine. This is the PS2 chip, which is missing. That could also be it. Yeah, the chances of me fixing this are dwindling. I'm not gonna bother fixing this, but I want to see what the hell they've done here. Is this delidded, or is this a 65 nanometer chip? This might be delidded. Oh my god, the thermal paste on this. Yeah, this is deleted. Now the real question is are there any scratches on the die? I don't think there are any scratches on the die. Mm. But what might have happened is someone tried to do power surgery on. Oh my god! Look at the back plane is full of. No, okay, so this probably belongs over here. No, oh the pads are on the shield. I don't know where this came from. This probably came from one of these two because these two don't have pads. Whatever. So it looks like someone was trying to delete this and then fucked something up. Why you would try to do that, I don't know. The only possible reason I can think of them doing this didn't even exist 10 years ago. It would be deleting to put a 65 nanometer GPU in. Where did I put the fan? Over here. Alright, well, nothing we can do about this, baby. Oh. I'm actually kind of curious to see if there's a dead short somewhere on the board. So I am going to. That's ground. That's not ground. So there's no dead short, which is good. If it was dead short to ground, then this would be failing. Yeah. All right. Well, let's remove one of these capacitors then. Where did I put my? Remove the same one. Add a little bit of fresh solder in there as well, because around the time that they started moving everything over to unleaded, that's when they start getting annoying. So what I'm gonna want to do is I'm gonna. So there's a couple of ways to do this. You could just flick it off. You can overload it with solder, which is probably what I'm going to try to do, because then that'll heat both sides up at the same time. If you have tweezers, that's the best way to go, because you can heat them up from both sides at the same time, but I don't have that luxury. So I'm just going to grab a big ball of solder, grab it from both ends, then displace it. It is not doing what I wanted to do. This might be clean actually, because this was rather grody. If that doesn't work, I'll grab some tweezers and we'll try releasing it little bit by little bit. I do need to let that heat up for a little because there is a ground plane that one of these sides is connected to. It's not really doing what I wanted to do. So let's try displacing. I mean, the other method is using hot air. Oh, I see why it's because the solder is going to other part that I want it to go. Looks like it's heating up, but it's just not removing. Here we go. Little bit of solder. Move it. Keep those pads tinned. I might just leave that off and just put this back on as it is. I'm tempted to do that. Oh. We'll put one of the frames back on, or at least the one that existed for this. Half on. No one cares, someone can say. Right. Let's clean this capacitor up a little bit. Go. Pass it over my tweezer. What we do is we're going to get some flux. always just end up losing the patterns. I need to keep remembering to put stuff back from whence I put it. No matter how inconvenient it is for me in the short term, more convenient for me to do that in the long term. I'm not spending 20 minutes trying to find if I could put my thermal tape, my flux the pads, fresh order, and we're just gonna frame, and we're just gonna put some fresh lidded solder on these pads, like so, or not. No, it's accepting. It's accepting. Taking a little bit to accept. What I might do is just try power boosting this, because sometimes the leaded solder doesn't, the unleaded solder doesn't like cooperating with leaded solder until you put a lot of heat on it. Oh, there we go. Then we'll do the same over here. That is good to go. Now we've got our pad. The way that I'm going to do this is I'm going to pack one side in at a time. And then I'm going to just push down gently. That fall into so. And then now that that one's tacked in, we don't need to hold this one down, but I'm going to anyway. Left-handed solder technique. Put that down. That is now, well, really shitty looking job. That is now soldered on. Okay. So let's see if that fixes our power management issues. And I put the wrong one back on, but whatever. That's staying the same part. Best Possible chance of survival. Just got the bare necessities, which is the DVD drive, which we need to test, the power, and the power on. Now, once again, we're not going to be able to use the Elgato to display an image, so we're going to have to raw dog this a little bit. Plug this in. Plug this in. Put this on. And then I'm going to screen share this. No. That's it. I hate this monitor. I have to switch it. Power on. Where did I put my PS3 controller? First things first, it sounds quiet so far. So let's try with the game and see what happens. Now that we've got a power rail in there, or a capacitor, or whatever. Okay, so boots in. Power supply is cold. So this again could just fail as soon as it gets warm enough. We're going to need to test this for a little bit. Now this is getting further than we did before, so that's good. Come on. Pick me. Controller? Not detecting the controller anymore. I've got the controller plugged in, but it's not. And it's flashing, but it's not doing anything. Now, one thing I can tell you is that it's not heating up anywhere near as fast as it was before. So I feel like adding that capacitor did something. I'm going to try switching controllers. Dig a little bit. What's my other one? Yeah, like this is not heating up anywhere near as fast as the other one was. But now it's just not detecting the controller when it's plugged in. Maybe it only uses the. Maybe you can only use the controller in the menu when it's plugged in. I don't know. Taking the game out. Where I can hit the power button to reset. Just hold a charge. I think so. Weird. I'm gonna restart. No, I hit the power button and it's not. It's flashing green to shut down, but it's not doing anything. I'll hold the thing down and see what happens. Now the fan is speeding up. That's expected. We try just hard flicking it. Now I hit the button. It is recognizing the controller. Really wish there was. Alright. Fan did turn on. Power supply is not toasty though. Controller is still synced. Remember, this was wiped. I'm gonna put the PS2 game back in. I'm gonna put Lord of the Rings back in. I'm gonna pay attention to what happens to the controller. Yep, now the controller's not recognized. So I'm wondering if it's trying to detect it through Bluetooth, which I don't have the Bluetooth antenna plugged in at the moment. Let me do that. Because it could be that it will work when it's in a menu, but as soon as you plug a game in, it wants to run it off the Bluetooth antenna. And it's not detecting the Bluetooth antenna because it's not plugged in. Now I need the cable for it, which I put on the board. Yep. So that lifted up. We didn't even have the Bluetooth module plugged on. Interesting that Sony would go with that method, but you know, whatever. Put that make sure that it's there. Look, we have to put it down, don't we? But I need to remember. Where does this go? Does it go down or up? It goes down. No, it didn't hold it. Oh wait, no, down is... No. This is... Now it's in. And we've got a Bluetooth antenna. Power this back on. I have to plug the HDMI cable back in because this monitor is terrible at detecting when a signal has happened. Get to Sean, which should hopefully be paired now. And yeah, now the controller is working. So it wants Bluetooth. Loading. I wonder if these are unskippable because I can't do anything. Pressing start doesn't do anything. Like does nothing. Even the PlayStation button does something, so there's that. This must be unskippable. Up until what? This point, the animation starts. Black screen. Console still on. There we go. Still hitting buttons doesn't do anything. Let me switch back to the other controller. Oh, this one is actually maintaining a connection. So this one is still connected, but none of the buttons are working. Controller settings. Which analog mode, vibration function on. So the buttons on the controller are working. It just, I guess this is an unskippable cutscene for some reason. Because, you know, unskippable cutscenes in the year of our Lord 2000, fucking whenever this got released. But hey, that's fine because it gives us a chance to monitor the PlayStation itself. The power supply is getting warm, but it is not overheating. At this point, when I was troubleshooting yesterday, on Tuesday, the power supply would be boiling hot. The DVD drive is like, I don't know why this doesn't want to skip. But better not be getting fucking DMCA for showing footage of a video game from Sony or whatever, whoever. I cannot skip this. You'll not. Oh, look at that. Options. Exit to menu. Yes. Holy shit. It finally recognized a button press. Maybe it's the controller, I don't know. Maybe the controllers, the controller buttons are not working. Now, I want this to get into game, and I want to let it sit there for a few minutes. And what I might do is I'm going to see if there's a game that I can pick up for cheap. Yeah, see, I'm pressing the start button now, and it is not doing anything. This is basically doing exactly what I was doing before. Maybe this controller's buttons need to be cleaned. But I want to get a pre 4.0 game and make sure that that's working. So I might ask if I can hold on to this one for another couple of days just to make sure that the issue is now fixed. Because I do want to, like, we did do a reflow, and I want to make sure that anything that we did do is, well, maybe I need to remove it from the. And now it's doing the same. Nope, there it goes. Yeah, I'm pressing buttons and it's not doing anything. So maybe. I don't know. Maybe it is this controller's start button that's fucked up, and it's now. Alright, so that's going to be homework. This seems to be working fine now. Power supply is, again, still warm, but it's not overbearingly hot. So I'm going to turn this off. I'm going to put it back together. And then I'm going to do a power, like a heat test. I'm gonna do a what's the damn word for it? I don't know. I'm gonna make sure that it doesn't continue to shut itself off after, you know, being on for 12 hours while having the game loaded up. That would suck. If we can say that we tested it for 12 hours after doing X and it's working, then we can consider that a success. If we can sell it as working, it is good. So far, things are looking up and up for us. So, as dumb as this sounds, coming from someone who should not be doing this right now, I am going to try to piece this back together. I really shouldn't, actually. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm going to put all the components back on that need to be put back on, including the memory card slot, and put the chassis back on. Then I'm going to do thermal tests overnight to make sure everything is working. And then once I verify that everything has stayed on and is working and there's been no more shutdowns, I am going to consider that to be completed. Then I'll give that to patron and you can sell it. Oh, I hate connectors that hate ribbon connectors that do this. So long that you have to don't close properly. See? That's better. That one stays closed. Um, not the one. That's the one. The antenna on it. That's the other thing as well. There was no antenna on the other board, so someone already stole that for parts as well. Do I need to plug anything else in on it? No, the other board plugs in here. There we go. That's plugged in properly. Now that should goes in. And then that is somewhere. I mean, worst comes to worst, I can steal the cable from the other one for the time being. I need to do a big cleanup here. I just want to make sure I use all the original bits because I can't verify that the bits for the Japanese PS3 are any good. I do want to ground this, so I'm gonna plug this in and then ground it. What? Come on, come on, come on. Of course, you don't want to cooperate when I'm not looking at you. Just like a cat. No cooperation when I'm looking at you. Yeah, I'll just steal this ribbon cable for the time being, I guess. Unless I find it all of a sudden. I'm also going to need to test the memory card reader. That's the Japanese one. Why would you use a Japanese PS3 as a parts? A Japanese backwards compatible PS3 as a parts console? What in the hell makes you think that's the thing worth doing? God, I don't want to use this cable at all, but I have to because I can't find the other one. It goes in the other way. Oh, that doesn't even last. Down. Oh, that's collapsed. Also the wrong end. What needs to be the short end? And this light, can't see it, unfortunately. It lights in here. That in place. And look, light on. Goods. I want to get this. And oh right, I need a grounds and stuff. Moment, grab its ground pin. Could go here. This. Weird place to put the ground. Right underneath, and that's how I'm supposed to do it. I think so. That goes. I think it's supposed to go. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to go. I think it's go underneath. God damn it! It's doing it again. There. And then I want to screw at least one of these down. Because I want to be able to press the buttons on and off. I'll put both down. I'm not sure which screw is supposed to go. Oh, I think it's these two. And it's touching the chassis. I don't need to screw it in. So now little tabs. Put them in. Is there any hooks underneath here? And there are. Okay, so you do have to. Where I put one of these back together before, and it wasn't this fucking difficult. Maybe it's because it's just. Yes, I did breathe. I know why. Fucking power cable was in the way. This cable was in the way for the DVD drive. I need to slide it underneath here. And then that's how it's supposed to go. Now this should go back on. No. What's it doing? Put it in the little holes. Just the frame being wonky. Oh. Yeah, the frame's gone all wonky for some reason. Oh, I see. This is where the power goes. Like that. Underneath there. Now, why does this not want to? Everything just have to be perfectly aligned, and that's why? I don't know. Whatever. I've got this on right now, and we're just going to leave it as it is. I'm going to do power tests tonight. I'm going to let a PS2 game run. I'm going to grab a PS3 game cheap from the used store, let that run. And hopefully it'll be fine. This power supply, you know what? Fuck it. Let's put that fucking Japanese one back together. What's the head for another half hour, kitty? You want food now? I know you want food now, but you're not getting food now. Even total fucking disaster console. No, into visits. Let me get the kitty cat cam up for you. This is Minu's time for me saying that it's time for a break. Hi, Minu. Minu just wants some attention, so we're going to give him some attention for a little bit. I'm starting to feel the effects of waking up at 5 a.m. Really enjoying his that time. Yeah, see? Good camera. Oh, yeah. So, I'll show you what he wants. He wants belly rub. He wants belly rub. Don't deny it, you're purring. Oh, you're lying to me. Man, I am really just being hit right now. Hey, Minu, want some pets? Okay, let's see what happens if I start moving away. I'm still staring at the screen. Okay. I literally removed 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 screws. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 screws. Alright, well those are all chassis screws. I don't think this had any other screws holding it down. Screws over here for the other console. Yep. Now he's just taking a big old slap. Well, I'm saddened by the state of this PS3. Really saddened by it. Aww. A screwdriver. Take it across here with me? No. I mean, he's touching the screen. Not from it. Here. Yeah, I'll probably see it, and I'm just. So is that right over here? No, did I put it under here with the no? Yeah, I'm just fucking blind. I think the thing that I use the most, I'll keep track of, but no. Not. Yeah, no, look at this. Oh, it's under my. Oh, I didn't see it there the first 3 times I did the console. Where there were more bits that were taken. All these bits of bits. There's no screws on the fan either. Well, there's one. Yeah, I put some of the screws over there because I'm an idiot. Put all right here. Maybe. There's a screw plate under there. There is, okay. It's going to be another short one. I think that this will. More. Does this have? I don't. Yeah, this had no antenna. Someone stripped this parts already. I'm going to hold off on buttoning this up either way. I am going to put screws back to where their screw posts are just so I don't fucking lose them. We're missing screws. There were. So that's the torque screw that goes into the side. So, but this literally had no other screws. So I'm going to put this aside for now because I want to swap the proper ribbon cable out when I find it. Right, let's get on to one. Did I itemize any of these? Oh, items opening. Saved it, yeah. I did not itemize these. Fine, I'll itemize them later. So, this one, same thing as the first one. It has not been opened before. This one could just be filthy. I don't know. Same thing. It's a CCHA01. It's a little a lot dirtier than the other one, which I don't know if that really means anything. All I really know is that this hasn't been opened before, so it might be good. Okay, maybe it has been opened before. this has been snapped off. So this could possibly have been opened before. The hard drive. Always the first thing to do. Now I believe this was doing the same thing. Power on, power off menu. And I did test it earlier, so this one is just powering on and powering off. Yeah, they just cut that off and get the menu. It's not your dinner time yet. It will be in 20 minutes. No menu. Find him to make sure that he doesn't start chewing on boxes. Won't. Barely magnetizable screws. At least with the first one, I knew that I had not been opened. This one, I cannot guarantee. He's gone for keep the ear open. Make sure he's not chewing on cables. Not cables, boxes. And my mic is misplaced, so you couldn't hear me. I don't think those are the right screws for it, but whatever. Oh, this is being well loved. This has not question mark been opened before. So we've still got tape. Okay. A lot dustier than the first one. Let's lift the tape. Interesting. So the cover for the case definitely indicated that it may have been opened before, but we're not seeing that here. That's good. We know that someone hasn't tried to fix this before. Let's tear this down. Do I have a screw somewhere? Nope. Get this tight. Come on. There we go. E drive. Oh, it is kind of grody in here. Not gonna lie. what I should probably try to do is I'm gonna take this off first. Be good, be good. Now I should hopefully be able to just lift this up. No, I've got to remove some screws. How will it come up? Get back over there. Take the DVD drive out. I mean the power supply out. Right, there is the screw that I was missing over here. And over there. Long boy screw. And now I should hopefully be able to. That's problematic. Maybe I can just lift it from. Just flip it down. Dusty underneath as well, dusty case underneath. The fan looks a little dusty. It doesn't look too bad in the way of the dustiness, to be honest. Like, it looks dusty, but it doesn't look like it's been loved to the point where it's, like, caked with dog hair and all that shit. Last one. Yes. Put that aside. Take these four off and take the field off. I think I don't need to take this off. And I think the first thing I want to do is syscon it. So now there is another screw here. The last one. Just the yeah. Okay, it doesn't look too bad. Oh yeah, there was this ribbon cable as well. Okay, so maybe I did have to. Whatever. We just have to remember that for the next time. There. All right. First things first. Let's clean this up a little bit. Put a little bit of IPA on the board and just dust. In some factory thermal grease that is on there, flux that is on there that I'm going to want to clean off. This one does have the capacitor there. That's good news so far. Let's see. Remove some of this factory thermal paste. And off. Go through and get some fine bits. Okay. I'm going to take the back side off, or the front side, or whichever side you want to consider this. Okay, the battery. Apparently, I'm using my fingernails on the side of the connector. There we go. One here. And we just need to remove these two screws, which we need to use a different... Yeah, I started putting things over there because I'm an idiot. Hard drive chassis. Then this should just tilt up from side. Now it does have old thermal pads on there. I might want to replace them if we get this working, but the old thermal pads are what's going to be causing us to have some problems taking this apart, and I do need to do it from the other side because of that chassis. So we just need to be very, very careful. It could also be the old thermal paste that's actually I should probably try to take the fan off first, because the fan should just pop off now that it's not screwed on, being held in. Yep, see, one side's coming up, and that side comes up. Yeah, that's gonna need some replacement thermal grease. And now this should just come up. Unless the pads are going to cause me problems. No, the pads are not going to cause me problems. It's just the old thermal paste. And yeah, you know, not for another 10 minutes. Oh no, 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Ooh. Spin this back around this way. No, I'm going to spin this back around this way. I'm going to get my. Let's just remove some of the old thermal paste. Stuff. He's getting antsy. I might just go feed him right now. He doesn't know that it's not exactly time. So before we get into this, I'm going to take a minute or two break, get some water, and feed the cat. I'll be right back. Alrighty. I think I know why else he's being antsy, and I think it's because I need to clean his water filter, which I need to buy some, so I've got to go pick some up tomorrow so I can do that. This dry stuff is still malleable. Problematic. Yeah, I should be using the tweezers anyway. Finger on the GPU. Now we come in with the tweezers. Okay. And I will give the board a clean as well. little bit of IPA on here to loosen things up. So the plan is kind of like yesterday. We get all the old thermal grease up. Tuesday, sorry. Get all the old thermal grease off. De-dust. This one needs de-dusting, so we are going to do that. Then I'm going to put a tiny little bit of thermal grease on just to be able to syscon, and we'll see what results we get from that. Dust as I can while preserving some of the old pads. This one was definitely a loved console. I don't know what its uptime is. It was definitely loved. Mostly clean at the moment. Okay. Yeah. Cool. And at least with the Q-tip we can loosen up whatever is on there, and then come back to it with a Kim wipe. And we'd have to come back in there with a Q-tip to wash it up. More fine grain stuff. Then go back in there with one more wipe with the Kim wipe, a Kim wipe. Gonna get the outsides of the spreaders. These are just the heat spreaders, but I want to make sure that they're clean as possible. There's now on his perch. Great. Happy. Dead. Enough. That is also cool enough. Okay. So I'm going to put this aside for a minute or two. We want to come back to this. We do need to do a lot of cleaning of. It is dusty. Good enough for government work. Well, I'll come back to that one anyway with a Q-tip. And then I'll click this. Any other nasties in there? Marks on that side of the heat sink is interesting. That might be from old thermal paste, but I'm not sure. Rubbing down hard on it doesn't seem to affect it much. Interesting. Right, let's clean as much dust off this as possible. Just going to do the thin wipe Q-tip methods. Going to go around the side of the console with the thin wipe that's been drenched in IPA. Much of that dust as possible. I need to charge my battery. There we go. I completely forgot that I had to have the power plug in again. So to clean the fan, I'm probably going to take the screws off because I want to get into the fan mechanism itself. Yeah. At least we know we have screws this time. Get in there. Probably use some vacuum wipe still. There is not much in the way of dust in the fins. Good. There's going to be some, but it's not like clogged. I don't have to worry too much about that. I just have to clean this. We'll get to that. That we're going to Q-tip the entire thing. I'm not going to do a super thorough job. I just want to get rid of most of the... So this is the back side of the fans. This is the front side, and that's where it's all dusty. First. I think that's all the way around. Yeah. All right. So now we're gonna go around the other way. This one I might use the Kim White for because there's a lot more dust. I want to get a good soaking. Yeah, not doing a super thorough job. I'll probably go around once more with a Q-tip on the underside. Get rid of the dust from there. We've already gone around once. Again, make sure we've got much of that stuff. Okay. I'm gonna Q-tip the insides of that. Q-tipping else. Now I'm also just going to rub underneath the backside because there was some leftover dust. And again, we don't have to get rid of literally every single speck, just as much as we can. So I'm not going to go over this and toothbrush it until everything is spick and span and black, completely black again. Get rid of as much of that dust as possible. Okay. That is what we call good enough for government work. Put this baby back together. Leave. It goes on like there. Well, it's going to tell me if it's wrong. And it is wrong. Nope, that was right. Because that's the only place that can go. Plus, that's where the fan cable goes. Let's... enough. So let us get our motherboard. That. Then I am going to put on just a tiny little bit of thermal paste in the middle, just to get a little bit of contact with the fan. I don't want to put it all on right now, because all I want to do is syscon it. I have to put the chassis back on first, don't I? Which needs cleaning. I'm an idiot. All right. Rid of all the big dust bunnies. That should be good enough. You can always give it a more thorough cleaning later. Goes back in and put back in. And I'm not going to button it all the way up. Okay. So once again, we've got our 3 solder points, 1, 2, and 3, but we're only going to solder to 2. I'm going to get a little bit of the lux. Just put it on to those points. Just the 2 that we need. 1 and 2. Get a little bit of fresh solder. Just touch 1, touch 2, get the fresh solder. And now with our 3 cables, just go come on. Okay, it's not a good place for my fingers. Let's do tweezers. Backward soldering. Aha! Left-handed soldering iron. One and 2. Off. And this just gets tucked under the ground. So we shall use our Dummy. Where'd I put it? I think it's still over here. I'm gonna out. Well, right. I need to take that out for that. You able to do that? Yeah. Where did I put the cards? Put the cards. Let's just use this SanDisk packet because I don't remember where I put the card. This has also got some dust on it, so I'm gonna quickly de-dust this. Everything that we're using a de-dusting. Grab those big old dust bunnies. Now I'm not opening up the power supply to de-dust inside of that. I can keep all its dust because that is dangerous. In fact, I might want a bigger. I might really actually want. Yeah, there I put it. Okay, it's underneath. So I can guarantee we'll provide a proper bridge. We are going to do the same thing with the DVD drive, though I don't think we really need it for Syscon. I'm just going to plant it right now while I've got it. Okay. Good, just in case we do need it. And again, I'm just wanting to get Syscon messages, so I haven't got everything literally plugged in, just this. Feels loose. Or why was that loose? Interesting. Okay. And I need the waterboard. For the power. Oh yeah, while we're here, let's plug in the DVD drive because we might be able to, like, if it doesn't come up with any Syscon messages, we might be able to do something with it. But I'm pretty sure that it was requiring Syscon. This has feet. Yeah, this has feet, so it's going to be lifted above, and that's a ground contact point, which is going to go here, so this should be fine. So we go get on. Let's bring Syscon back up. S and six up. 4th, 1 or 2, and we ran have our copy paste. And there we go. 40304. Okay, 40304. That is going to be the graphics chip, the RSX. Those are literally the only errors. We can see some 1004, which we know that's power rail. 1701. I'll just double check, but I think this is where it starts failing. 1701 is active high output flag set by the CPU to syscon. So that is BGU bump detect errors occurred on the console was on. So that's the beginning to failure message. 1601 is CPU is deadlocked and cannot proceed. 14FF, 40334, 14. Yeah, let's see 14FF. 14FF here is stop, so that's where the yellow lights of deaths, and then the rest of it is 40334. So we're going to do a hot air reflow to see if that fixes it. I know that's not a permanent fix, but it could fix it for a little bit. That would be perfectly fine. No, I just want that lift. That aside, I'm going to desolder these. No, let's not. So red, green, orange, blue. Just disconnect it. And this is why we only put on a tiny little bit of thermal paste, because even though it's not going to heat up, if we didn't get a 40334 and we were able to boot it up, then I would like to be able to boot it up temporarily, just very shortly, without having to deconstruct it again. But we are going to need to deconstruct it because we've got a failing RSX. So yeah, see, not much thermal paste on there. We shall put this aside. Get the capacity. Put that aside. We'll clean this up. And then I'll get my hot air gun out and we shall do some shenanigans on both the RSX and the CPU. And I am going to want to remove as much thermal paste as possible because I don't want to heat it up. So I'm going to give this a more thorough cleaning now that we've know exactly what needs to be done. I've got a roll of Kapton underneath to keep the board level and flat for when we do this. Okay, we got as much of that off as possible. We're pulling the sides. Plug in my hot air reflow station. I'm borrowing the cable from for this. Okay, so I did use thermal paste for this. And I'll use thermal paste for this one as well. Not thermal paste, flux, not thermal paste. Thermal paste and flux are two different things. I think I'm out of flux on this, but I'm just not pushing hard enough. I'm going to use quite a bit of flux. Okay, hot air station on. We're doing this at, so first thing that we need to do is heat the board up. So I've got this at, I think I had it at 340, 475 when we were messing with this last time. I should probably remove all the thermal pads and all that, but I'm not going to. Yeah. So I'm just going to heat the board up. Just keep the hot air flowing. Keep it away from plastic parts. We just want to make sure that the board itself gets toasty warm before we do any massive board stuff, because otherwise it could cook the board. That's not what we want. So I've got this at 475 at 70% airflow. Or at least it's on 7 on my indicator, so I'm saying at 70%. The board is getting warm. I want to get the board a little warmer. And I've got the fan about, like the blower about 2 inches or 5 centimeters above the board, maybe more, 3 inches, 8 centimeters. And I'm just wiggling it back and forth until I think that the board is warm enough. The board is getting there. A few more seconds. Now I'm just going to come in closer. Flux has melted. Gone underneath the chips. Great. And now I'm going to focus one chip 45 seconds. Keep circling it. Then we're going to go to the next chip for 45 seconds, and we're going to do that 3 times. Then 1 minute for each chip, and then 45 seconds again, and that should do it. I might also put some more flux in there if I feel that I need to. might put a little bit more flux on the RSX chip. What we're really aiming for is for the air to go underneath the chip, not necessarily on top of it. Okay, before I do the third lot, I'm gonna release the air, put some more flux. Might actually be running out of flux on this one. It's fine, I've got another flux paid tube. You can see that the fluxes are already melting when it gets on there. So this is third 45 seconds. One or two more passes. Of course, the proper way to do this would be to remove the chip, reball it, or put a 65 nanometer chip on there. But we don't have that luxury. I am not a professional. So we're just going to do this the El Cheapo way. And you can do this with a hairdryer that gets up to temp, or a other like $30 hot air gun. Don't need a hot air station for this. Right, I'm gonna do the 1 minute, and I'm just gonna go around like this. You just want to make sure that whatever you do use, you want it to be able to get up to at least 450 degrees Fahrenheit. I've got this one at 475. Actually, I thought it would be 475 Celsius, 450 Celsius, which I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit. So now I'm just going to circle. This chip. bit more direct heat instead of circles, where that air is getting underneath. This is going to be the last pass. Then I'm going to bring this to about 2 inches, 5 centimeters above. Give it another 45 seconds on top of each chip, which is going to let it cool down a little nicer, just so it doesn't thermal shock. I'm going to do big circles so it doesn't crack the board. One more pass. Do this one. 45 seconds, big circles. And the reason for the big circles is so we can heat up the rest of the boards as well. It's not going to heat up to the same temperature as the RSX or the Cell CPU, but it is going to prevent the board from cracking as it cools down, so we don't get that thermal shock. What I might also do is just hover over the board a little bit like this to bring it up to temp for 1 or 2 passes. And that should be it. Now we just let this sit and cool. We're going to need to get that 5 minutes. After 2 minutes or so, we're going to squirt around the sides with some IPA to help remove some of the flux from underneath. And then we're just going to let it naturally cool all the way down. So if we turn this back on and it still goes to a yellow light of death, I'm calling it quits. If it doesn't go to a yellow light of death and it boots up, then we can play around with it. I'm also going to put proper thermal paste on these once it's cooled down, because we've done what we can on this side. I might just clean a little bit of dust that I still see on the board while it's here. While it's cooling down. That's just me being a little bit more attentive about how much dust there is. I still see some dust spots that I didn't pick up before. Okay, it's been about 2 minutes, so I'm just gonna put some IPA everywhere. Douse this with some IPA. Douse this with some IPA, and that's just gonna help flush any of the loose flux out. Put it up and down. The IPA on the tip is just dissipating. You can just see it evaporate in real time. And now we can come in and brush up around the sides. There was a lot of flux that we put in there. Okay. These are still warm. I'm gonna let them cool down for another 3 or 4 minutes. Affected. So while we're letting that cool down, I'm gonna clean up the thermal paste from the heatsink. Actually, I should be able to just spread that stuff a little thin, and then put some back on. Let's see how thin this actually spreads, huh? Yeah, I mean, we might as well just take it off. Clean the thermal putty that we put on there previously. Not gonna make a difference what's on there or not, but we might as well just get rid of it. Okay. These chips have cooled down to the point where we can work with them. So I'm going to start putting some thermal paste on these chips. Then we just set this on. Probably going to be easier to spread when it's warm. Good. go. Covered. Gonna need more. Flux. It is. Might put a little bit more on here as well and respread it. Put it a little thicker. That it 100% doesn't miss anything. I mean, it's non-conductive thermal paste, but still. Maybe we might just have there we go. Looks like that's enough on there. I think we have a little bit more that I can put on, but I want to find it. That up afterwards. Shroud back on. Find where I put the shroud. Put the shroud. No, I didn't put it in there. Put everything within arm's reach, and there's one thing that I can't find it. Up there, no. Where did I put it? The big metal shield. I can't place it. Not hard to. Not over here. can leave it under here, no. Wait. Fucking idiot. I am not a smart man. Oh. Okay. And since I am doing a full systems test, I am going to put the shielding back on as it's supposed to after I give this a quick de-dusting. Yeah, I'm just gonna take that off and fucking properly dust the dust. I'm leaving the syscon cables there. They should be fine as they are. But maybe put this. There isn't going to be one with this there. Where's the shiny? Where did the shiny go? Yeah, I'm not gone underneath the goddamn. I can do with my foot. Grab our screwdriver. No, when I find where I put the fucking thing. Once again, if I'm not mistaken, I lose it. I don't think I should just put the screwdriver in one of these containers that I have in front of me. Over there, it is over here. Why is it over there? So right now, I am giving this thing the best possible chance of succeeding. Although I think my ground wire isn't properly attached, so yeah, where's the ground wire? I'm gonna have to grab the ground wire. Also, I forgot that there was a loose wire. There it is. Now, do as I did before and slide it underneath this ground plane. Come on. Okay. We grab our DVD drive. And right. It is. And the power supply. Where are you going in? Where were you in? I didn't see you go down. You were in. I didn't see you go down. Okay. And I am going to properly grab the power supply. Again, I want to give this the best chance of succeeding without actually putting literally everything back together. Chassis. We've got the Bluetooth connection and everything. All right, let's grab a power supply, a power plug. Plug in the HDMI. this around a little bit. Demo's over here. Right there. Okay. And I'm going to point this towards the screen. I'm going to plug in the control, the cable for the power on. Got a red light. Keep on. Staying on. Okay, let me try reconnecting the... Oh, wait, no, I know what we didn't do. I've got a hard drive plugged in here. But it didn't automatically turn off, so that's good. Let me plug a hard drive in. See what happens. Hey, we get a free game. NHL 13. Free game. I'm gonna replug the HDMI in. Hey, there we go. Let's plug our controller in. Yes, I want to use HDMI. Yes. All right. This system was not turned off properly last. Yeah. Fine, that's fine. The doing didn't shut off. It looks like it's just rebooting to recover. Okay, and what do we have? Checking the file system on the hard drive.